Getting chased down by every team in the game. GG, well played. Oh, fucking elite mobs. The hell? There's a spider in the doorway. Fucking lame, dude. Three guys sitting in three different dark corners. What kind of nonsense is that? Okay, dude. I don't understand any of that. How do you have your fucking shit back up? Makes no sense. I should have just threw all the bottles I'm holding on to. Like, why else am I holding on to them? Error. Slowly died a curse. God damn it. GG. fucking quit, dude. Back shot him once with a crossbow, didn't die. Chicken form was already my fucking defeat. There was just no winning that afterwards. If he wanted to kill me, he could have killed me like 10 times over. Yeah, I mean it was a fun meme. I realized after I shot you the first time with the crossbow, and you didn't die, I was just like, there's no way I'm going to be able to hit him again, because he's always going to be aware of my ability to even potentially land one shot. And then other than that, I was like, with all the shit going on, I was like, this guy wants to kill me, I'm dead. There's nothing I can do here. I got a halberd inside of close quarters. I'm screwed. I'm pretty sure you could have rat form killed me, to be honest. I already committed to some level, and I had, until I gave up in the end, I had to try to commit to some degree. Just for pride's sake. Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of how Druid goes. There's a lot of risk and reward to it. But it's like, if you don't want to die, it's hard for any class to actually put you into that kind of position. But, GG's, good luck to you too. Whoop. Yeah, I appreciate the follow, amigo. Ah, shit. I didn't realize I was fighting a 3-man. Thanks for the follow, Fab. Love the support. I thought the cleric was with these guys. We were initially going to be like friendly or something like that. Whoops. Yeah. Why does that stuff keep getting through? There's always gotta be a ranger, dude. Just lacing me for free. Click the wrong fucking button. I want to see the kill cam. And this guy just holds parry for free. Stole my book. GG, boy. Just gotta keep hitting me with hand crossbows there and not ever press me to melee. I have the high ground. I didn't realize he was channeling Bolt. Tried to be friendly. They didn't want to be friendly. What the fuck? Feels bad. Some more white pads. What a bunch of bitches. Next time you die. I guess that's just it. Went to go drop off some free meds. Thought I was being nice. Oh, fucking... There's an archer with him, too. Didn't know... I thought he was another zombie. Mummy, whatever. Them things. Oh, there's multiple fucking... Wait, what? There's no way. I hit by the cross. Something else hit me. What's up, Dad? Appreciate it, Miko. How's the wife been treating you? You hear about the tribute change, I guess? Stats coming back on weapons or gear. I don't know how to what degree it's gonna be though. Oh, the fucking druid heals! That headshot should have killed him. Ah, yeah. No, oh wait, I got murdered by a statue, bro. fucking retarded, dude. Of course I get caught in a mob. Why are they fighting me instead of going near boss or anything else? Like, what is that nonsense? It's just dumb. My only thought is, it's a trios that doesn't boss for whatever fucking reason, and they're just hitting high loot priority zones. I didn't realize they had a third, or else I never would have turned around. I would have just kept trucking away. There's no way I win the 1v3. Ooh, red's a decent bit away. What am I doing? Gotta stay further away when I hit him with that first swing. Ow! Oh, fuck. There's nothing I do there. Absolutely nothing. That's just annoying. Like a full base kit, I just don't. I do not win that. Forgot the follow-up hit on the warlock, maybe. Sugar. Spiders. Like, it always makes that freaking noise. There's no way I fucking win that. Druid Ranger. Okay. It's already a hard enough fight if it's just a Druid Ranger. 'Cause I'll never have the ability to back away and heal for any of the chip damage the Ranger hits, and he's gonna be hitting me super hard with a with freaking double crossbow. Druid itself is already annoying enough of a fight. Might be able to do this. Not dealing enough damage to these freaking dudes. If I can't two-tap them to the head, it's just not gonna work. Jump before crouching, please, game. Yeah, that's honestly how most of the PvP is in the higher levels block. People are waiting for advantageous situations. Some players will kind of push you into a disadvantageous situation, but the majority don't know how to, or they're playing a class that's just not capable of it, in which case they'll just jump you when you're bossing or something like that. The thing that's unfortunate is like running around as a solo as I am now. That's my only way of playing versus groups. Even a two-man group, if they know even a little bit of what they're doing, I have no real agency to try and win a fight. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, solo PvP is not. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's just not. Unfortunately, not very rewarding. There's just too much that counts against you. Swinging above your pay grade, buddy. Definitely need that. That. Fuck those items. I just don't have the ability to fight that fucking ranger. Just gotta do. Got plenty of goodies. Yeah, compared to PvE and PvP, it's the loot's a hell of a lot better in the PvP modes. That would have been so stressed to load what I'm taking with me. Damn. Definitely worth killing. My big advice with it is, especially until you get other people to play with, play the PvE mode, get used to the PvE, because if you can't PvE, you'll never be able to PvP, because you're always going to get hurt by the PvE mobs, and you'll never be at full HP for a PvP fight, or like people train mobs behind them and with them all the time, and you're just going to come across that scenario where like a warlock or a druid is just training 20 mobs behind them, and then they'll just go invulnerable or go rat form. Some kind of bullshit scenario where you just can't essentially do anything. And they'll just leave the mobs to murder you. Which is crap, because it just feels like shit not having anything to... not being able to fight back, essentially. Yeah, that's the nice thing about the PvE mode, is you have a place where you can get some of the, especially more tedious quests done. There's a quest for the Frost Caves where you got to interact with, I think it's 20 chests, and I think it's 20 chests in total, and then there's like another one where you got to interact with like 15 chests in one run. So in one instance, you have to interact like 15 of this one particular type of chest. I think they're the medium oak chests or whatever. So you have to run through the majority, probably like 70% of that map, in order to interact with all those chests. And if you have to juggle PvP on top of it, it's an absolute headache. And I mean, like, you better be winning all of them, because otherwise you'll never get the quest done. Some of the accessory ones don't need to be that particular rarity. They can be some quests that require like a rarity. It's that rarity and better. So if you find like a higher rarity one, you can just turn that in and call it a day. A couple of them are particular on the rarities, which is kind of a nuisance, but... Yeah. When you're in game, just press L, and then it'll pop up your quest log for you. One of the nice QoL changes that they implemented, probably I think 2 wipes ago. It took a while for them to implement it, but once they did, it's such a lifesaver, especially with the amount of quests that you kind of get bombarded with at different periods of playing. Not really. It's usually most of the loot is decided kind of like what container you're searching or what mob type you're killing. Like zombies are very good at dropping cloth armor. Skeletons are very good at drop. They kind of have a very varied map pool, but like axemans are more likely to drop axe type weapons, swordsmen sword type weapons, that kind of thing. Any kind of range mob has a good chance of dropping any type of ranged weapon, crossbow or bow. So it doesn't matter if it's a crossbow or a bow skelly; they have an equal chance of dropping either. But things like bats drop accessories more often, rings and amulets. Mummies drop rings pretty often, but also quite frequently drop bandages. So it's a good source of just like, hey, I need to get a couple extra like healing items, so I'm gonna kill these couple of mummies that are over here. Yeah, bats are a bit of a pain. The I call death skulls bats as well. But death skulls, bats, demon bats, tedious. They're all tedious, mostly because they're flying, and the flying mobs kind of are a little wonky on their aggro. Death skulls in particular have a pretty long aggro range, so you'll accidentally aggro them without having any idea. Yeah, it's one thing you'll come to figure out a bit, especially like so when you run into games and just like straight W key, which is probably half of what my play is, especially currently. There's no real gear progression, so I don't really care to like hoard and look to like build out a BIS kit or like an arena specific kit. There's no real like other goal I'm working towards, because you can just run a couple runs, get a couple thousand gold, and then just buy everything you need and just call it a day. It's just like, do you want to run this epic piece of gear with like plus 5 or 6 to the attribute, or do you want to get this legendary piece of gear which costs, instead of spending like 300 gold on the epic, you're going to spend 2,000 gold on the legendary and get a single attribute point more, and it's going to matter absolutely nothing in the end, because just one attribute point means jack. Across all your pieces, like, yeah, now you got almost a dozen additional attribute points. So yeah, that'll matter a bit more, but it's still drops in the bucket kind of deal. But as far as dealing with a lot of those bats and everything, it's just getting used to your swing patterns. You want to kind of figure out a weapon that works for you too, and that was very cool. Find a weapon that works for you and kind of like dedicate yourself to it. There are some weapons that have high return, but are a pain in the ass to play with compared to certain counterparts. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially with the current, even if we were looking at the previous state of the game, 90% of your geared players, even more so than 90%, but the vast majority of players who are in gear might have like 1 or 2 pieces of legendary gear splashed in, usually because they're cheap. But the majority of players outside your super sweats are barely ever going to be running like that high-end legendary shit. You'll find more people running legendaries now than you did in the past, particularly because they are cheaper. Yeah. So like, play PvE, get used to like what your class can kind of like really do. Yeah, a pretty good factor, especially, is like the red skellies. You can equate most squishy classes to like these regular default skeletons, but then when you find like the red elites, that's probably the equivalent of like effective HP that like a fighter or barbarian would have. and maybe a nightmare if they have gear, so they'll have that extra health pool. But if it takes you 4 hits, all headshots to kill like a regular one of these skeletons, like you're running around with an arming sword, it's like two sweet spot headshots. Otherwise, it's like 3 plus in order to kill this. That means if like you're fighting against another player who's like a rogue or a ranger or a caster class, you're probably going to be in that same boat. It's probably going to take about 3 hits, and at least 2 of them being headshots just to kill that class. But the other thing is like figuring out like your swing patterns with your weapons. That's the biggest advantage you have over another player, is knowing your swing patterns. Yeah, that's the biggest thing, is like you lose shit, you lose shit. Like it's just gonna happen. And the other way to look at it is like when the wipe ends, all your shit disappears anyways, or when what do you say it? Like when you just stop playing this game and you move on to a different game, you don't have any of the shit. You just have, the experiences that you had, the people that you met, etc. Like those are the things you have. It's corny as shit, but you essentially have like those memories and shit. Like, bro, I shot you point blank with a crossbow. Why do you still have the movement speed to swing and hit me at the same time? You should be like minus 130 flat move speed. I hit sprint. I gained flat 100. The hell? I was fucked there anyways. I can't remember if the was the change that they made for this semi-wipe. So I mean, you can definitely be pretty risk heavy on your PvE content and what you're pushing, because I mean, worst case scenario, whatever you brought in, you at least get back. So you can really experiment with how as far as gearing up a set, what's an extra 5 dexterity going to do for my kit, or comparative to like 5 agility. Because 5 agility is going to definitely give you a couple points into your move speed, as well as a little bit of action speed. Nowhere near as much action speed, but it could still be a workable number. Nobody else can loot anything from you in PvE mode. If they're partied up with you, they can loot stuff. Like if you're like a 2-man or a 3-man or whatever. But if they extract the dungeon, it automatically goes back to you. You don't have to do anything with Gabo. It's the same thing for I just murdered a couple very clearly new players. Solid. This is definitely a game that feels a lot better playing with other people. Part of it is because you have like more agency in a playing, just in general. So you don't have to worry so much about like other three-man teams if you're also a three-man team. Ow. As nice as it is not having to buy the stuff back, sometimes, I mean, you can buy it back for cheap enough. That's one thing they do when you do buy stuff back here, is it's super cheap. Fighter's one of the best classes to play, especially early on. They have access to range, they have access to melee, and it feels pretty good across the board. Want to get out with these goodies. Most of this stuff's not even worth it. Oh well. Damn. Yeah. Crossbow at the bare minimum. Like, you can run weapon mastery and go for, I would advise a recurve bow. Survival bow doesn't have enough range or damage for its effective range for the fighter to be using. Longbow just takes way too long to draw that freaking shot. Like, you're waiting literal years until you can actually fire off a longbow effectively. Sure, you also lose 10% damage. So all because that weapon does more damage doesn't mean it's actually doing more damage for you. For a ranger, absolutely, but for a fighter, it's just not worth. just the uptime on the arrows, the fact that you have 8 arrows instead of 6 in on a recurve bow, the fact that you can fire it off even just a little bit more frequently, those two things matter so much. Yes, absolutely. It's a bit of a playstyle difference. Some people, for the life of them, they can't fire off a crossbow accurately at all. Others, that's just the way it is for the bow. So they use the alternative because it works for them. Like, one thing you'll notice I'll do is only the tip of my halberd actually does damage, like where you see the axe head. The rest of it quickly drops down to like 80 and even 60% damage. So if I'm choked up on something and trying to swing and hitting with the freaking stick part, I'm doing negative damage to whatever I'm hitting, and I'm just gonna die in most cases. All weapons except for daggers have sweet spots and sour spots on them. But essentially, like, the tip of the weapon is where you're gonna find your sweet spot for whatever weapon it is. It doesn't sound much by losing, like, only 2 or 3 damage for swinging, like, an arming sword, for example. But when you realize that the reason that you're not killing a mob, like let's say one of the regular skeleton swordsmen, with the sweet spot on the arming sword, 2 shots. Oh, sorry, 2 shots will kill that. But if you're not hitting the sweet spot, it's going to take you like 4. Very tedious. Yeah, absolutely. That alone is gonna decide a lot of fights, as whether or not you're getting sweet spot hits or not. They've changed it so headshots now do 200% damage, and limb shots do limb shots will do 100% damage, the same as a torso. It's still 100% damage. Before, it used to be limbs were like 55%, which was just an insane curve. Because if I knew how to stuff into your character, and then when I swing, I would do like a crouch animation. So it's like I would swing, and then I'd let's go for the other swing pattern. Like I'd swing this way, and I'd flick down, and I'd hit you with the sweet spot. But the whole time I'm doing this, you're almost only hitting my limbs. So I'm taking reduced damage while ideally maximizing my damage against you. And it was a very toxic kind of like play style. You think like Mordhau in similar games. Basically, whoever was able to flick around more accurately had a significant advantage over everybody else. Yep, that's absolutely the reason. rogues as a class used to have a certain level of strength just because they were able to not only do maximum damage at all times, because the rogues daggers don't have sour spots. They're 100% damage no matter which part of the dagger you hit. But they'd stuff inside them, like you'd be inside of people essentially, because how non-existent your range is. So it was just like 2 reasons that made Rogue strong in that regard. Yeah. So these red mobs are just, their technical name is an elite, and then you'll find black mobs or whatever, like a very dark ashen gray or black depending on the mob. Some of them are purple, purple-ish, anyways, and those are going to be nightmares. Nightmares have alternative swing patterns and extended combos. Like, whereas sometimes a skeleton archer will shoot you a skelly archer might shoot you what do you call it? Brain farting really bad. Twice. A nightmare has the ability to shoot you 3 times, which is very devastating. There's not a single class in the game that survives all 3 shots currently. Like, if you get hit by all 3 shots, you're pretty much dead. Especially, like, one, it goes head, chest, and then it goes back to head. That's the other fun thing that's very important for surviving confrontations with archer mobs. That's a distance. So this ranger, his first shot, always for my head. Wow, I'm a bit of a troll there. At an angle, the arrow's gonna come down and hit me. But if I'm sitting more, like, I guess across, if I duck, all right, I'm trolling super hard. Yeah. So from an elevated angle, he's like always gonna hit you because you can't duck low enough. And now I'm griefing because I can't be in there. Whoops. Yeah. That's the best way to do it, because like, while you're dodging a melee mob, you might have to dodge into an arrow. You always want to take care of the range mobs where you can. Unless you can aggro them and they're like shooting a wall, and then you kill the melee mob before you press the range one. When you start playing in High Roller, sometimes you have to tackle it differently. That's just because the High Roller mobs are tankier and have just a generic bigger pain in the ass to deal with. Yeah, I mean, it's a perfectly fine habit to have, to be honest. Basically, I just got 2 nice dexterity upgrades, so I have a lot of extra action speed. Yeah. I've done vaguely similar things, usually just because I'm like theming a friend, not out of any particular just like strong habit that I've developed. Damn. Got a team here now. Sounds about right. I know that feeling. Some of my friends I play with aren't the most situationally aware. Nope. That guy's running around in full cobalt gear. He's just running around in craft gear. The fuck is that shit? This is normals, bro. Yeah. For sure. Eat that headshot. Thank you, buddy. That now it's gonna push into them. It should. No, I fudged that so hard. I had the PvE on my side. I was dead to this guy anyways. He had my flank. Yeah, like, look at this shit. He's running in with uniques and legendaries, all handled, fully juiced out gear into a normals. These players are the reason why this game died out so heavy-handedly. If I didn't miss like 5 times in a row, straw. Thanks. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Ranger has the ability to fight some mobs pretty effectively. Like, this guy has no idea how to make... And he's dead. Booyah. Killed an entire team of purple craft gear kitted people because I baited a centaur into him. GG. I won the game. That's what you call a personal victory. It matters more than any other victory in the world. But while currently these guys running around with that level of gear isn't like the greatest difference, it like especially as a solos, fighting against somebody who's more geared than me, I'm already at a disadvantage. But now you got 2 people more geared than me, 3 people more geared than me. I have no agency whatsoever to win that. And some classes, even just with gear as limitedly strong as it is, just perform so exceptionally well with it. I have played a handful of games in gear, but it's the same thing. It's like I become stronger in gear, but their classes also become stronger in gear, and it's not like a linear curve. Other classes just become insanely stronger and stronger with gear. Like a ranger, for example. If he can shoot me 3 times and kill me no matter which class I'm playing. So then I have move speed increase, a little bit of HP increase, some action speed. I got some stats everywhere. I'm very well roundedly built up. All he does is slap another 15% additional action speed on, and then who cares what else he slaps on. Even if I don't die in 3 shots, and I die in 4 now because my gear's that much better, he's still lacing, instead of 3 arrows, the time that it takes for him to shoot 3 arrows, he's shooting 6. So he's still shooting 2 additional arrows that he doesn't even need. All right, it's one of those situations where some classes just significantly outperform others for, I mean, honestly, obvious reasons. Range classes are always going to dominate melee classes in any game. What mitigates that is essentially capabilities of gap closing or mitigating damage dealt by some type of mean, and usually it's some way of obscuring vision rather than raw damage reduction. Every class that has the ability to either block damage, like with a shield, or use a smoke pot on a rogue, they've significantly nerfed and hindered their abilities to use these. So these methods are just significantly ineffective. And then it comes like down to gap closing. Rangers have backstep, and there is no ability in the game that can contend with backstep as far as mobility. So they will always have ranged advantage. And then they stab you with a spear. And it's over. Yeah. Fighter has the agency to essentially take fights against pretty much every PvE mob that exists because you do have a shield. So even if a hit's going to come through and hit very hard and like knock your shield away, and in many cases you can then get distance before taking a shot, or at the very least, if you do take a hit, it'll be one of the lighter swings, and ideally not to your head, so it's much more survivable. Most bosses, and just basically every boss attack, and a lot of the mini-boss attacks are just going to brick your shield. You can't just sit there and block them the whole time. You have to do more dodging than blocking. Yeah. I mean, there was a point where you could be so insanely kitted as fighter. Some of this goes, like, we could bring back like some stuff from some of the playtest days and the early access days, but just last wipe, like, you could hit 75% PDR, and then, you know, you'd be taking 1/10 of your health from that very same swing instead of 1/4. Sometimes it feels like you might get hit by something that should absolutely kill you but doesn't. That's mostly due to like, you think you're about to get hit in the head, but it hits your shoulder instead of your head, so you don't take that 200% damage. The shoulder hitbox are they pop up closer, like higher around the neck and jawline of characters than people think. So like a lot of side swinging or even diagonally downward swings that you assume might hit the head don't, or just arrow shots. Like, if there's arrow shots that are in the neck or the jawbone, like if you hit somebody in like the bottom of their chin, with an arrow, most of the time that's going to register as a headshot, or I'm sorry, as a chest shot, not a headshot, which is very, very misleading. Yeah. In that case, it's usually a crossbow, because you just have you have very minimal time to react, and if you're already in the midst of reacting to something else, it's hard to sit there and make the decision, I'm going to eat this damage to avoid that crossbow instead. And you just, all you hear is click, and you're gone. The amount of players that I've seen, one of my favorite things is, because you don't have such heavy-handed gear right now, a lot of players are having extreme difficulty in High Roller because they can't just stat check everything that exists in the game. They actually have to fight things a little more systematically, they can't just, when a skeleton goes to animate and spawn off the ground, they can't just hit it like 2 or 3 times and kill it before it even spawns. They might be able to hit it 2 or 3 times, but they're not doing the same damage, or maybe they don't have the action speed, so they can only hit it 1 or 2. So now they have to like take a step back, because that mob's gonna swing on them and deal a sizable amount of damage, because we don't have the health numbers we used to have. We don't have the damage reduction numbers we used to have. So your effective hit point pool got hit in so many metrics. If something does hit you in the head, you are taking that extra damage. It's just a lot more difficult to tackle a lot of the PvE content, and that's where a lot of the players this wipe actually kind of like disappeared. Because there was a lot of players, even with the semi-wipe, that are just like, all right, this will be fun to some degree. Let's see what it's about. And they went into High Roller, and they couldn't even escape High Roller. They were dying to PvE left and right because they couldn't kill mobs fast enough. And a lot of people are saying like the time to kill mobs needs to be drastically decreased. Mobs need to be significantly weaker. But they forget that this is a dungeon looter PvEvP game, not a PvPvE. Its focus is PvE element with a splash of PvP options, not PvP game with PvE options. Drastically different. Just about every looter game is that. Even Tarkov, it's PvEvP. The PvE is difficult as fuck and will ruin you, but is very rewarding. And then you also have PvP elements which spice things up. It's a completely random variable that only players have control because you are the players. And yes, I mean, as a Tarkov player yourself, Block, there are times where you would rather fight 100 PvE mobs than you would a single player. Or other times you'd rather fight 100 players than a single scav, because that scav's just got a stupid kit on and he's just going to one-tap you. Yeah, that's part of the allure to those games, is like, the PvP is not something that you can just... Because if you could just ignore it, like, let's say every NPC you came across in Tarkov, like every scav, I forget all the freaking terms, the PMCs, etc. I played very little Tarkov, put it that way. One of my first experiences playing the game, like, it took me a while before I got back into shooter games, and I still play them occasionally, but for many years, FPS games was my bread and butter. I would play an FPS game and I would run lobbies sideways. When it came to like Call of Duty, I had back when I was an Xbox gamer on Call of Duty, I had probably 15 different Microsoft accounts, because you can create them free with emails, and you didn't even need real emails for the longest time. So I just create new accounts all the time, just for shits and giggles. But my primary account, which I had tens of thousands of games on, I'd max prestige in every Call of Duty. I'd be one of the first 100 players to prestige every single Call of Duty release. It was ridiculous, like the amount of time and sweat I put into this game. I was an absolute tryhard. But my KDA on my primary account was was like 7.8, something like that. I was trying so hard to get it up to like 10, but like my KDA on average was 7 plus on a game where I had tens of thousands of games played. That's stupid. Absolutely stupid. My Smurfs were obviously better because I played different game modes that were more tailored to having better KDAs. I think the stupidest one I had was I had a 300 to 1 KDA on an account because I went deathless for like 50 matches in a row. Because I just hard camp a particular location, spawn dogs, and I'd be like 50-0 in that match. It was just absolutely ridiculous. That was for World at War. I think that was the one where I had probably the highest KDA on. The game's got a little more balanced and harder to cheese in those metrics as it went on, which was good. Yeah. The one instance that made me like Tarkov was my one buddy. This is a guy who has at the time probably like 10K hours in Tarkov. Like what I've just mentioned about Call of Duty, that was him in Tark. So I want to say a couple years back, I'm running around, and I want to say somewhere around 2 to 3 years back, to be honest. I tried Tarkov previously, but my PC at the time was having problems and actually died around the time I tried to get into it, so I couldn't get into it. And then, you know, life, everything else, affording a new computer, yada yada. I just never got back into Tarkov when I got a new computer. I had other things I wanted to play. So I end up loading into a match, and I kill some scabs, and my buddy is just like, hey, you're going to have a bad time. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he goes, you killed some scabs, and now they all hate you. And I was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. Whatever. And then I rounded the corner of a building, and I'm in like this open-ass plaza, and I see a shot like kind of like wing past me up from a window, and it's just this complete, there's like 100 windows of an apartment complex, and I wing over and I crack the scav, and it feels good because I haven't really played a lot of FPS games around this time, so having some of my old reaction time to things felt nice. Like I was a little reminiscent. I was like, this is what I loved about the games, is like getting these quick flick returns and whatnot, and just I'm like, that was great. And then I was immediately unleashed upon by countless scavs from these numerous windows on the side of the apartment building, and I was turned into a fucking paper mache of just nothing. And I went, what the fuck just happened? And my buddy's just like, oh yeah, that's like apartment complex or whatever. He's just like, yeah, you definitely don't kill scabs there. You will die. Like you need gear, you need heals, you need to know like what you're doing, because there's like 50 of those fuckers there. I was just like, nice. And that was actually more of a feels good moment. I was just like, this is challenging PvE. Like there's certain areas, you know, that you have to tackle a certain way. You can't just do the same thing everywhere. So it felt nice. It sucked, but it felt nice. Like now I had I had a better understanding of things. Fast forward like 3 or 4 games, I'm in like this mildly wooded area approaching a complex of some sort, and I notice another player hop over a wall. I got some default like AK set up from in this like scav shit that I have, and I unload on him. I landed probably 20 rounds, pretty much all to his chest, and he's just straight running at me. So I load my second magazine, almost the entire thing straight to his head. I put about 50 rounds into this guy, and he's about 100 yards or so out, shoots me with buckshot out of a shotgun, and one taps me. And my buddy pans over to my screen, because I was streaming in Discord, and said, yeah, there's no way you're killing that guy. He's in full like juggernaut or whatever. There's no way you're gonna kill him without like endgame ammunition. He just cannot die. He's basically a god. And I went, what the fuck? Like, I play MMOs or games like Dark and Darker to stat check people like a dick. I don't play a first-person shooter so I can be like the old days of Call of Duty, of like World at War, where I'm running around with a Juggernaut MP40 and nothing can kill you because you have double the health bar and you have the highest damage, one of the 2 highest damaging weapons in the game. Like, it was one of those feelings. It's like, what the hell? But those are some tedious shenanigans there, I suppose. Not a total deal breaker, but I already lost a lot of my love for shooters by that point, where I just didn't really care to feel it out more. Yeah, I heard about that coming out, and you know, it's the same thing like when it came out here for Dark and Darker, or just like any like game that's like it's not PvP focused, but it's heavily PvP orientated. Like it's a very strong functional part of the game. There's just so much negative backlash, but some people want to play that mode, and instead of just forcing everybody into like the same mode, fighting against each other. The other shenanigans. Sorry, Mr. Rogue, you must die. Why are you cursing me, bro? What? I thought I killed him. There's 4 people in that room. Why is everybody focused on me? So confused. Yeah, I mean, it once you figure out a decent bit of the PvE, I mean, it depends on how many hours you really put in the game in a day, right? Because if you do put a significant amount of hours in, especially like with a group, you'll figure out so much stuff. But with the different maps and the different bosses, you'll still have a decent amount of content to tackle before it really gets stale. And from that moment, you can always spice it up with PvP. It's like, hey, let's do the PvE. Let's get some gear sets. Then let's run it down. Let's try to bully a bunch of people, see what's going on. Just run down some gear. And if that's not really your cup of tea, because you don't want to deal with all the excessive amounts of PvE and all those other shenanigans, right? But you do want to get some PvP out there. You just go into arenas whenever it's open. And you can't lose anything in there, so whatever. So you could put together a really nice a kit and then just not care about ever losing it. So you can get your PvP kick, and it's just that. Like, you load in, it's a 3v3, everybody's in a single module, so you just duke it out, and it's best of 3, and you just keep duking it out. So instead of running around for 20 minutes looking for PvE or PvP and potentially getting third-partied all the time. Oh, sorry. Instead of getting like third-partied or even like fourth-partied, etc., just having mass amounts of people just swarm in, you can just go in and do a 3v3 PvP. So you get your PvP shits and giggles, and then you just go back to like whatever other content you want to do. So you can kind of separate it. You don't have to try and do everything all at once. I am a PvP aficionado. I love PvP. Um, I'm definitely a big fan of good PvE elements in games. And my thing with PvP, part of it is like the younger me that was that big super sweat in FPS games and everything. I love just murdering the shit out of other people because it makes me feel better about myself. There's no real other way to say it. I beat you in a game, haha, I win. It does not matter at all in the grand scheme of anything, but in that moment, I have achieved some small victory, and it feels good because you are not some AI that I just know how to cheese and permanently win against. Yeah, I understand that. Like, I mean, without going into too many crazy things, I'm almost completely blind and I have arthritis, but I'm still a gamer down to the core. Like, I can't see worth a fuck. I can't read worth a fuck. And obviously, you know, I have limitations with what my fingers can do with arthritis, but I think that's part of why I'm still attached to PvP where I am, because when I do, despite my obvious disadvantages, when I do win, it feels good. It feels good that I can still win. And then sometimes I die, and it's definitely a scenario where it's like my finger locked up and I couldn't press the key because like my knuckle locked and I ended up fat fingering the wrong key. And I was just like, well, shit. That sucks. And then it's like, GG, go next. Yeah, that's usually what I tell people when they catch me with my hand down my pants. It doesn't listen to me. It's got a mind of its own. I'm sorry. Just about every mob in this game can be cheesed, kind of like the way I'm doing here. Like, there's some type of way to use a weapon with enough reach or something like that to hit it. But I won't say... I'll say almost every single mob, regardless of what kind of category they fall into, normal, elite, or nightmare elites, they will all have some way to actually fight them in melee combat. It's just whether or not something is blockable or dodgeable, and sometimes it's some kind of weird dodge thing or whatever that has to be done, but they're all very doable. Yeah. But I have some people I know that are fairly competitive, some a little too competitive. Which it's not that I won't play with them, it's just like what kind of like mindset and mood am I in order to play with them? Excuse me, Mr. Sorcerer. Die, please. Thank you. Because sometimes I want to just do like what I'm doing now. I'm literally just pressing W, running at people. And essentially like suiciding and killing him. It's part of the reason why I'm not running gear. Well, I mean, I'm in normal, so I don't want to run gear and gear diff people. So I'm just being an asshole. Do I have that one? No, I have this one. Yeah, it's when you play PvP, you got to be able to have fun with it. You gotta sit there and be like, well, that was like a shitty situation, and then, you know. Got him. I was a little worried at first because he had Bach. Yeah. Whatever you're doing is not bringing you, any kind of joy. It's definitely better to just kind of like go play, even if it's just for a short period of time too. Some people are so like locked into like a grind, or there was a time where I pursued like esports, and I played. I was close to entering the semi-professional league, the Challenger League for League of Legends. But some bullshit things happened with the organization who managed my team, and we essentially got screwed out of it. Basically, they bit off more than they could chew, and made like a financial miscalculation. And that cost us our entry, basically. And without going too into detail with things, they missed the sign-in timing. So they didn't. Our team never got signed up in time to enter the league. Because you have to go through all these different like checks and balances things. So we missed that, and then they just kind of said, "Well, fuck it," and then they were focusing on their other esports teams, and mine was essentially disbanded. Because the way it was, like, we had that year to prove ourselves to be, you know, a positive addition, and then our direct management fucked us over by not even giving us that chance, and they're just like, well, I mean, you're not a positive addition in this year because you're not playing any games as a part of any kind of like tournament, so we're scrapped. That was a very difficult pill to swallow. But what I learned then is like League of Legends just stopped being fun for me. Oh, there was many other reasons besides that, but it was one of the reasons why I stopped having fun with that game, was because I started playing it in a professional sense. So everything was about like particular grinds and particular like achievements, advancements, improvements, and then, you know, fun was just no longer part of that equation. And that's not to say like I personally wasn't, you know, having fun playing, because I absolutely was. I was having a blast. I was playing 10, 15 hours a day. And like 5 of these hours were dedicated like 1v1 and 1v2 scenarios that I was doing like in custom matches with other guys on the team to train ourselves for certain situations. What the fuck, bro? I thought he was gonna be friendly because he was walking right next to me. God damn. Anywho, oh shit, I forgot I had all those goodies. But yeah, fun was just not part of the equation anymore, and I actually started like just not even caring to play in general. And And I mean, what changed to that was I just played a couple other games that I did have fun playing. And then that made me feel like, you know, all right, even if this doesn't feel good to play right now, I could still play it, maybe have fun, but if I don't, I can just always go back to this other game. That's part of where I'm glad that the whole professional aspect that I was trying to achieve failed, because when I was trying to pursue that, I felt like I could only play that game. But once that was no longer like a reality, at least for like that short term, I played some other games. I started having fun gaming again, which for like a solid year and a half, I just had no fun. And it's a lot of the people that I was playing with were just so heavily toxic. And it wasn't even from like a competitive standpoint, because I could deal with that. I spent like 17 years or so playing soccer. I spent a lot of time playing some other competitive sports, playing with some insanely talented and competitive people in like these different respective fields. So when it came to people being cocky or having some type of attitude out of being competitive, I actually learned to really enjoy that when it comes from a competitive spirit. But when it comes from I'm just an asshole, it's a whole other ball game, and I have just no tolerance for it. It drives me batshit. Yeah, it's definitely it's daunting when you develop or you find yourself to have some level of passion for a game, and the people you love playing with, especially when it's similar game archetypes, but they don't find that same kind of joy in it. So you almost feel like you're left with a choice. Do I play this game I enjoy playing just without my buddies, or do I play a game I enjoy less just so I can play with my buddies? Which, for sure, there are some games out there that are only really enjoyable when you're playing with friends. But it sucks when you're put in that position where you feel like that's a decision you have to make. Similarly, Dark and Darker, I have a friend who, back when he played this game, he was insanely good. I would easily place him in amongst the top 10 percentile of the game, back when this game had 500,000 people playing. The dude was absolute. It's the same dude I mentioned previously in the whole Tarkov rant. The guy is an absolute super sweat. He does not. Currently in his life, he does absolutely nothing but play video games 24/7 because his future is essentially lined up. He's gonna inherit his like father's business and some shit, and then so he just doesn't have to care. So for now, it's just gaming until he drops. Kudos to him. All the more power to you. But because of that, but he's also very. He can be toxic in some scenarios, but it's usually like self-toxicity more than like pointing fingers at other people. And it comes from him being like so insanely competitive. And he has that kind of like competitive shit talk to him and everything there. So it's like, which is crazy because he's not the biggest team player, but he'll make like the craziest sacrifices for a team. He's an amalgamation of like, what the fuck is this? But I have not. Back when we first started gaming together, we played on a survival game, Conan Exiles, and we would go on like grinding ventures for basically 12 hours at a time, just grinding resources in this game. Nothing else but just swinging picks at rocks, axes at trees, etc. But it was enjoyable because we had this back and forth shenanigans, and we'd always, find ourselves in some kind of situation or some other shit, and we'd have fun with it. It is a lot of fun. It could have been so much better, especially in the past, but Funcom is Funcom, and they didn't care about server stability or hackers, unfortunately. All those shenanigans aside, this is a guy that, especially for this game, like Dark and Darker, when I did play with him, uh, was some of the funnest gaming that we've had in a long time, especially with, like, we went through all the different dredges with Conan and some other games we played together. Um, like, when it comes to uh, games like Apex Legends, I played Apex with him when it came out. I didn't play much after it came out because, again, like, I'm not the biggest fan of first-person shooters. But like when I played when I played Apex with him, um, I'm playing for fun. I'm going to probably throw a fight, just trying to kill somebody in some kind of like fun way. Whereas he's the guy who's like he's slide speed looting certain locations, and like min-maxing every second that he's pressing any key, like absolutely insane. Yes, you know the type of player I'm talking about when I mention that. Like, he's min-maxing every movement he makes in that game, and his goal is first place every single game he plays. It's just like, I just want to kill a bunch of people and not be like the first to die. It's like, I'll die halfway through the game and still have fun with it. I won't be upset. Which he's gradually gotten more to that point, but for the longest time it was always, I gotta be number one. I gotta be number one. I gotta be number one. So that was stifling. I just didn't care to do that. Mostly it's because like I know my physical limitations. I cannot do that kind of APM anymore. So I'm not gonna pretend that I can. But Dark and Darker came out and was going through play tests and early access and whatnot. And this is a game that I can very much play more competitively, just because the style of combat that it is. Like, I can play this a little more competitively. I can't do some of the crazy things that you'll see some other players do with some of their dodges, but I can come pretty damn close enough where it still feels good. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of arcade. I'm just as much not a fan of arcade as I am not a fan of milsim. I like a decent bit of complete bullshit, not very possible in reality in my games. I think that was part of the thing that pulled me further away from FPS games. Was the majority of them are just they became more milsim-like as time got on, and then your only other option was essentially the complete arcade version. So it's basically like Counter-Strike versus what the fuck is that one from Riot? Can't think of it. Yeah, that's rough. Wait times are a huge fun kill factor. Like, I really wanted to get into Dune, as far as, like, you know, Funcom survival games are, and I've seen a lot of good things with Dune. I honestly not progressed very far in it for, like, a variety of reasons. A part of it is, like, I just don't have people to really play with. That's, like, the unfortunate truth there, that ended up happening. So I was kind of like just really solo grinding in a game that game is so grindy for solo play, which isn't terrible, but you know, I wanted to be able to end up involved with like PvP, get involved in more like the open world shenanigans, and I just couldn't. Felt kind of like I was starved out of it. Yeah, I never even got to that part, that portion of it. I only heard about it. I heard about some things in the PvP being like unbalanced or damn near unplayable, which once again coming from the Conan scene and like Funcom being the devs, wasn't surprised about. I was actually more expectant of that. What the fuck are you shooting me for, boy? And I'm dead to poison. Of one of those swings, I just don't understand how I missed, but he like double jumped over it perfectly, dude. Like what? That's one of those scenarios. Like I have to laugh. I got just outplayed so bad, and part of it was I just didn't flick my mouse. I was so confident I was gonna hit him. I didn't flick my mouse, so I missed because he was just on point with his play. I feel so bad. Nah, no worries. I'll still be here. Smile. Yeah, that's what I thought. You died to a mob and I'll die to a mob. GG. That was a meme. Yeah. I didn't expect the warlock to just ignore the chicken, chase me down. I forgot that he just double curses it and then just heals all the damage that it does. I needed the chickens to help me. I was trying to help them. Alright, it's all here. Oh, tis the shit. More than you find in 2 different modules. Like from 0 to hero, to be honest. Rogue shenanigans. headshot on me. That really took almost all my health. Yeah. Forgot I can't backstep at all while swinging that sword. Why do they even come from an inner module into that module? It's not a cryo. Never understand why three-man teams go into bad loot, like out of their way to go into bad loot, because of the fact that they're just trying to avoid PvP. They're just trying to win max gear for the first 5 minutes before fighting other teams. Viable enough strategy. As a ranger, I can two-shot those. Just hit slowed so freaking hard. That would have been embarrassing. If I dodged that other shot that hit me in the back, I would have had it. Should have been able to gain the move speed with my ambush. Apparently not. I think I waited a little too long before I hit it. Right after I hit him on the final swing, I needed to pop it. Would have got that extra step to avoid. Crazy. Game.
Away when nothing's wrong, nothing's okay. Everyone has been betrayed.
Yeah. But come on, I don't. What is that shit? I mean, yeah, killed like everybody. But what? Or if I had short sword, Punk would be dead. Like, why are you coming in with this level of fucking gear into the form? Any of you guys. No. Dicks. Dick spins. Pretty OG name. Can't knock that one.
Put your hands up in the air.
How did I not two-tab him? Almost to the back. Let's see how much health he had. Oh, I hit him in the sour spot. On the stab. Yeah, okay, buddy. Completely out of range from both of those. No way that makes sense out of desync. And... crap. What are they called again?
I think I'm an angel, but I am cursed. Riding so painful, goes whipping a hearse. My secrets are shameful, my secrets are faithful. My life is no fable, I'm an archangel. Fiends and I'm feeling, I'm watching, I'm dealing, I'll back the shit up. The orders I'm feeling, I'm load the clip up.
still straight one-tappable, which is just so bad. Dude, teabagging for after trying to snipe me like that.
Start to fall. Just remember we fought for all. Sacrifices were made. Pay respect in their name. Go beyond for the sake and stand tall. Keep fighting on. Keep fighting on.
Well, that was a little scary.
I want you to see that you cannot make me just stop. Never gonna say, never gonna be. Never gonna say, never gonna be. Never gonna say, never gonna be. Never gonna say, never gonna be mine. Never gonna say, never gonna be. Never gonna say, never gonna be. Never gonna say, never gonna be. Never gonna say, no, not to be mine. Be mine.
I think I'm gonna press that far inside each other. It will be done.
Questions that build up like bricks stacked with anger, impatiently waiting for more. She has confidence, strength of an army, gathered and waiting for war. If you die and leave and walk out on me, stand up and say it to my face. Will you hold on or let go? 'Cause I deserve to know. Make up your mind and set me free. If you die and leave, then comfort she holds her decision further back. Between guilt and suspicion, memories pulling in my core. If you die and leave and walk out on me, stand up and say it to my face. Will you hold on or let go? 'Cause I deserve to know. Make up your mind and set me free. If you die and leave, make your mind. Don't leave me hanging. Take this noose away. Make your mind up. Don't leave me hanging. Take this noose away. If you die and leave and walk out on me, stand up and say it to my face. Will you hold on or let go? 'Cause I deserve to know. Make up your mind and set me free. If you die and leave, yeah. Will you hold on or let go? 'Cause I deserve to know. Make up your mind and set me free. If you die and leave, if you
Popped up behind me. Sword barbarian there. Bro, they were all hiding around the fucking corner. What the hell? That's what happened. This guy died. They didn't res him church. Go res him. Res him over here. Okay. High roller. Doesn't matter how kitted up I am. Fucking warlock, ranger, cleric, barbarian, all it's not warlock. What the hell?
I think I hate it.
Oh, so dumb. Can't move sideways on that part of the ladder. You can move sideways on the other parts of the ladder. What the fuck? Three-man team hiding in corners are the most annoying thing in the world. There's three of you. Throw some balls. Press W. Like, enter a room. It's like when you got a solo boss and you got a three-man team waiting on the outskirts of the boss. Push in, kill the guy, kill the boss. Stop waiting for him to finish the boss. Drives me batshit. It's just because it's a totally viable way to play, but it's just so scummy.
So I started taking you for granted. Forgot what I
It's frustrating to play against it.
sold my soul just to have some fun. Think I lost myself trying to be someone. I gave you the blame, look the other way. Never thought it would drive you away. If I could turn back time and change my life, get another chance to make things right. Word to say to you, I let you know I want you to stay.
Who has my pants? Why do you have my pants? What's going on?
If I could turn back time and change my life, get another chance to make things right. If I had one more word to say to you, I'll let you know I want you to stay. In my dreams, we are still together. Everything is like one big happy ending. I'm right there. I found my way home now. It's too good to be true, and then I wake up like a ghost. I thought you would be around forever, no matter where I would go. If I could turn back time and change my life, get another chance to make things right. If I had one more word to say to you,
Where's my pants, man? Why? Build the detail.
some days you're the only thing I know. Only thing that's burning when the nights grow cold. can't look away, can't look away. Beg you to stay, beg you to stay, yeah. Sometimes you're a stranger in my life. Don't know if you love me or you want me dead. Push me away, then beg me to stay, beg me to stay, yeah. Call me in the morning to apologize. Every little lie gives me butterflies. Something in the way you're looking through my eyes. Don't know if I'm gonna make it out alive. Fight so dirty, but your love so sweet. Talk so pretty, but your heart got teeth. Late night devil, put your hands on me. And never, 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 ever let go. Fight so dirty, but your love so sweet. Talk so pretty, but your heart got teeth. Late night devil, put your hands on me. And never, 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 ever let go. Some days you're the best thing in my life. Sometimes when I look at you, I see my wife. And you turn into somebody I don't know. And you push me away, yeah. Call me in the morning to apologize. Every little lie gives me butterflies. Something in the way you're looking through my eyes.
White Asher.
Fight so dirty, but your love so sweet. Talk so pretty, but your heart got teeth. Late night devil, put your hands on me. And never, 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 ever let go. So dirty, but your love so sweet. Talk so pretty, but your heart got teeth. Late night devil, put your hands on me. And never, 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 ever let go. Blood on my shirt, a rose in my hand. You're looking at me like you don't know it. Blood on my shirt, heart in my hand, still beating. Fight so dirty, but your love so sweet. Talk so pretty, but your heart got teeth. Late night devil, put your hands on me. And never, 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 ever let go. Fight so dirty, but your love so sweet. Talk so pretty, but your heart got teeth. Late night devil, put your hands on me. And never, 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 ever let go.
It took me a bit to realize once like the whole pants comment happened, and I went, I'm like, was I running a pair of pants? Well, joke's on you. I pissed in them first. No. About to die to PvE. GG. Yeah, you're welcome. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, okay. Just runs the corner swinging. He's not following anything. I'm sick of the third-party programs and the fucking ban forgiveness shit that they had recently. Fucking stupid. Just to get more people playing, they did a ban wave unforgiveness. They unbanned virtually everybody a couple days ago. Just beyond dumb. That, like, you should not be pre-swinging exactly onto me. It's so dumb. I'm 7 steps moved from like where you saw me. You shouldn't be on top of me unless you got your audio that fucking spiked. Like 1 every 3.5 steps makes a noise. Peak of nonsense in this game, and I got 0 HP, so I just get to that very last. A ranger with a ranger with less strength in their gear, actually a ranger with identical strength in their gear, a headpiece and a pair of gloves, with a short sword, can 2-tap a wolf to the head, but I can't do it as a rogue. Like, it's just so annoying that a ranged class has more physical damage capability than I do as a melee only class, and I also have health equivalent to a fucking wizard. They went back to this same patch that made Rogue entirely unplayable. And they're going to leave it this way, too. Because they're going to add modifiers back. Because they love backpedaling all their changes. And this guy was so insanely kitted for no fucking reason. Why was he running this shit? Like 2K gold. The other guys in his group was also an equally kitted ranger. He was the guy who was down below the steps, which I don't know when I was crouched on a corner why he didn't just fire at me. He literally 2-taps me. He 2-taps almost any class. It could very well be these guys. Like, what the fuck? Brave Hunters? Are you kidding me? Why are you running that kind of a kit? I understand blue to some vexing degree. There's some people still want to wear something of gear, but like this shit is. Like, he killed somebody for these. Because he's wearing regular plate pants, and they're swapping. Because he picked up the Gabe off the guy that he killed as well. These guys? Yeah, it's these. This crew was the one that, Ranger. Oh, it was Fighter that was down below. Like, this is how tryhard this dude is. He's got like a fucking 3K kit on. And a full inventory of fucking throwing knives. In normals. You're in normals. Not in normals. This is where you got players who are still running gray gear in their Squire because they haven't done quests because they don't play enough to get their fucking quests done. Like, half their gear is gray. And then you got super sweats like that running with gear just to the teeth and roll them over like a sack of shit, and it's just a big feels bad because it's like, how do they play against it? And the simple answer is, you don't. It's just the big thing that took most of the player base out of a high roller gameplay for the longest time was playing against some of the biggest super sweats in the game, and they're rocking gear that's just like, you have rogues and rangers with 170 HP. You have barbarians. Barbarians would naturally back, so like last patch, barbs naturally have like 148 HP roughly, whereas like rangers and rogues have like 98 to 100, and then rangers and rogues would have like 160, 170. Barbarians would have 200. Instead of their like negative 10% action speed, they have 40% action speed. They have just as much action speed as the rogue or the ranger, with like 30 extra health, but they're melee only, so you know, kind of ignore the fact that they have these other insane stat lines. But then, yeah, after everybody's just like, oh yeah, I can 1v3. Well, of course you can 1v3. Your one character has more stats than the other 3 players combined. The difference between gray pots and white pots is such a negligible difference. I mean, the only thing that matters is bandages. That's like an extra 4 HP per bandage. So 3 white bandages is equivalent to 4, barely worse than 4 shit bandages. But the whole idea is the faster application time, especially classes that don't have a lot of action speed, and the fact you'll overall take less potions until you start using potions really don't matter, and using higher tier than green is such a small, it's such a tiny increase, it really doesn't matter. So like potions, gray or green, if you're like bringing them in yourself, the only time you bring in better than that is like running that kind of disc gear. But otherwise it's just a money sink that is just it. Because it'll literally not make a difference. The things that truly make a difference in fight is like, so yes, different rarity of bandages, but prop potions and surge kits. Because instead of drinking a potion and then applying 5 bandages, you just pop a single surge kit. it takes less time, and when it's finished, it'll instantly heal like that entire 100 some HP. I think it's 150. Or I think Surge Kits actually do a full heal no matter what how much you're missing. Health shrines are like it's like 120, 150 HP or whatever. Spear. I'll bring this for the next ranger that killed.
I don't wanna go too fast. No, there's nothing really last. Yeah, I think I need some time, but I can't get you off my mind. No, 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 no. 일단 시작부터 이제 생걸로 부탁해볼 텐데 계속해 들이키고 나는 모두 다 예뻐. Let's make it leave solo, yo. With all the noise about the G's going me down, though. 씩씩하게 말을 걸어 흔적이 시시한 여자와는 달리 틱틱거려 칙칙하던 분위기에 한국이 배 손은
Yeah, you just got fucking debated, you nerd. Fortunately, I was still in range to just get slapsticked by Mr. Pinkus. But it is what it is. Hunting wabbits. Probably shooting. Crossbow. Although I think shooting rabbit crossbow a little much. It'll just happen. No, you. Ow. Excuse me. So the mage doesn't get aggroed. Shoot a fireball up my rectum. I'll be fine. I have no HP. Why? Why did the other team not collapse on these guys at all? It said they ran through 2 doorways for me!
Hold through the night. Shadows will run. Fend off the enemy. Sing
Forgot he ramped up for that. What a bunch of pussies. Can't even let a 1v1 happen with one guy who's a dick. You all have to be dicks. Fucking amazing how that works. But yeah. So sick of finding people with purple gear and normals. Go to high roller. Oh. Can't go to high roller because you don't play with name tags, so they friendly fire each other all the time. I think that was one of the dumbest changes that they could have brought back again to alienate their high roller community. Almost. Third party of the century there. Ow. Do that. Oh, pussies. I'd love to see their kits and all their fucking kitties. Need to put a gear rarity limit back on fucking normals. We wanted to close the gear gap, but we decided to buff gear again and then give people the ability to bring fucking artifacts and uniques into normals. So everybody's running around with purples and legendaries 90% of the time. Like rumba. More ways to make the game less. Still wearing it.
Let's start the great escape.
And I'm dead to poison. Oh my lord. How did I miss that second swing on him at first? I think I got booped by a fucking spider. I did not sidestep that far. That just feels bad. shit. Yep. It's just no point. Yeah, there wasn't anything I was getting done there. Took a fireball to the mouth. Yeah. Thought it would take a little bit longer for him to channel that. There was no way. The fact that he can just limbo my swings when he's beneath me, it already feels bad enough. I honestly didn't expect him to go for that. I thought I'd get one shot from up top. Hopefully a headshot. It's just such a nuisance of a fight because he 2-taps me and I have to 3-tap him every time. Like being a fighter, yeah, I kind of have the middle ground on everything, but I don't do great damage at range outside of landing like a cheesy ass crossbow shot. And that's simply because how strong crossbow is. But I don't have the reload capabilities of a bard or a ranger, so it's like my ability to actually fight at range is just crap. And then I'm stuck with the ooh, hello. And then I'm stuck with the quandary. Do I start a fight, end a or keep my crossbow reloaded so I can finish a fight? Which honestly depends on what class I'm fighting. So if it's like a barbarian, I might as well pop it early. So I might get a real shot there. Literally jumped in between two teams. I was assuming that the druid was gonna send harder. Come on. Have some humility in the shit in the gear that you bring into a normals lobby. Didn't expect the barbarian. I thought I still had room to kite left. I mean, I was dead to cleric regardless of what happens there. Fixed blocking. Fortunately, that username just ain't happening. They do more to make blocking worse and worse as they quote-unquote implement fixes. Same exact lobby. Time to just sprint in and die to the same team.
What's up? I'm only here for a few minutes and I'm gonna just take a blue because I gotta go. But let's kill some people.
I gotta be go. I'm just W king into death constantly. I already died earlier in this lobby.
That's what I'm trying to do. You got res? Oh, you just came back to the same lobby?
What's up, Nom? Yeah, I'm fucking around again. How you been? I almost thought I forgot. Yeah, right. Did you see the interview? Ed had an interview with, oh, fuck, what was his name? Can't remember. He's one of the, I think, like one of the guys from like the Mythic streamer crew or whatever. Long story short, they're talking about making, like, with the addition of runes and whatnot, like Knight should be a little more feasible, or like other classes have more access to things, such as like Knights should be able to actually be able to cast spells to some degree, at least more viable than they are. Couple other potential options for was it, they want to slow down, they like the level progression up to like level 20, but they want to slow it down after that a little bit. Not nerf the shit out of it, but just make it a little harder for classes that are good at power leveling to just, you know, power level through it. And some of that's going to be as far as more balancing mobs themselves rather than nerfing classes. Which I'm all for that approach. You don't want to just overly nerf a bunch of classes just to try and balance things, because sometimes the answer just lies elsewhere. Not really,
It is right there on my screen.
gotcha. It's not really like a mob
see
buff.
more
I think
people.
it's
I can't
they're
go,
gonna
I can't
tweak
go red
like
off now,
armor
so-
ratings, and like some of the
Gotta die or go
spells.
blue.
Yeah, I'm
Check the
good with
graveyard,
blue.
I guess.
Because Ed mentioned that one of the biggest changes he made, which, because Knights used to be the class, according to Ed, I didn't play the previous test, so I don't know, that would just like run through and kill everything in like one shot, because Berserk was just able to do that much damage. Whereas now, like, it's like the mage and the rogue are doing that, and the knight just has no damage, and that's because he did a 15% increase to armor. That's it. That was the only defensive metric he increased on mobs. But mobs that already had, you know, like a high defensive number, an extra 15% is a lot. So that's why some of the bigger, tankier mobs got so insanely tanky. And just pretty much like impossible for Knight, but apparently Knight's gonna have a little bit more access to things. Yeah, that's the I've been stuffing away a bunch of gems. I've been stuffing away a bunch of like blue, purple, and whatever. I don't know how much fuckery I'm gonna have with them, but you know. Yeah, I have not cared to do any kind of organizing the past couple days with shit. Just literally dropping stuff in like this and just W keying into games. I think all the characters I'm currently playing on the wipe are these guys, for the semi-wipe. And they're all pretty much the same. Like, this guy's not terrible. Yeah, there's a stupid amount of gold to be made in the game. I thought about doing some like heavy grinds for currency and whatnot, but at the end of the day, I don't really have a crew to play like some of the more extensive content with, so it's mostly going to turn into solo runs. So I'm not really fretting. And a yoink. Nice pair of big turn shoes. I hate the Discord looking for group. Like, I've met a couple okay people from there. And occasionally I've met, good people. I've met 3 good people out of the LFG, and in comparison to probably like 100 people that I would have no problem never talking to in my life again, and then just more than that in people that no real impression one way or the other. They were just kind of like there. But that kind of ratio is just a big old no thanks. Especially if I'm streaming. Like, if I'm not streaming, I might humor it depending on like what my goal. Like, I'll tab in to see what people are doing, and if I want to do some bossing content, especially now when I can only effectively do it in trios, even if it's just to have the extra bodies rather than, like, I don't need the help bossing. I just need the extra bodies to, make PvP more viable. Then I'll pop in and see what's going on. But then when I got somebody who's just like running fish only, like I'm kitted up in perps, etc. I was just like, you already lost me in the fact that you said you're running this and you're in perps. I'm like, you're not in this. You're in a lower grade, etc. It's like you're coming off with like this strong elitist like mandate, and then it's like this person's more likely than not gonna have just a shit attitude. But the very same thing is if somebody said, hey, even if they say if they use the term like running bisque gear, but they say please run purples or better. All right, this person's taking a more like their approach is much more human. The hours thing is a terrible joke. I like how people think hours dictate so much with like this game or other games. It's like hours mean nothing when it comes to skill, especially when there's so many games that translate over to one another. The other thing is like games that have the amount of knowledge through YouTube videos like this. You watch a couple videos from Ryan 6 Days, and then play like 50 hours in this game, and you have the capability of being as good as a 4K hour player. There's a couple small things that you won't know or be as good at as them, and that's mostly going to come down to map knowledge more than actual gameplay knowledge. But there's going to be a couple fight scenarios which, yeah, the guy with retarded amount of hours is going to just do better in. Because he has that to draw back on. But he's also got a million terrible habits. Yeah. I mean, that's just... And that's what it comes down to, is, like, the mentality of the hands that are behind the freaking mouse and keyboard. More so than... yeah. It's like, some people are super sweat competitive, and those people generally find themselves at best above average in competition. I mean, the easiest example, and it's funny to me, like some of the big leaderboard names, etc., some of them being streamers that were just like, oh hey, I'm the best at this, I'm the best at that, look how good I am at this. When you see them on classes other than like their main class, and they just get run over by shit. It's like, so are they good at the game, or are they just good at abusing what's strong on that class? Because, no, again, the classes that they main are generally some of the top classes, some of the most overperforming classes. Cough, Rangers, Druid players. The two biggest examples. It's like, yeah, you can be an amazing Druid player and then play every other class in the game and just get rolled by base gear Timmies because you, at the end of the day, you're good at like what your one class and your class does. Yeah, absolutely. You can chalk up. The funny thing is, you can chalk up most team fights, as just being a bunch of solo fights. Because I mean, like the other guy's teammate who comes up on you is basically nothing more than a third party in solos, which solo players should be good at adapting to and planning for that kind of thing, or even getting teamed down outright. So solo players should have a decent amount of agency in like what's going on there. But where it really stands out and really sucks is when you're playing against another 3-man team that's good at communicating with each other, and as far as like covering each other to heal, covering each other to retreat from a room or gain pressure in a room, pushing a fight a certain way where they can single out a particular target. And then that's where the player, like the solo play, does not translate at all. And one of the biggest things there is just simple communication. Like when I play with some of my buddies, they have no problem yelling like team. I think there's a team here. Like there's a team on the other side of the door. Like what door? That door? Okay, thanks. First off, I'm so glad you narrowed down my options of which one of these 8 damn doorways they could be behind. I meme some of my friends about that all the time, because some games they're very specific and direct on for communications, but those are also games that are more in their wheelhouse. So when they have like their habits kind of come over to here, but then their habits don't exactly translate, I'm just like, bro, just give me a little more. Try just a little bit harder, please. When they don't specify like what classes are on a team, because they'll be like, hey, like there's a team here, they're shooting at me, and then I see a fireball come flying through like the corner of my screen at my teammate, and I was just like, okay, shooting, I'm generally thinking like range class, and I'm immediately thinking ranger above any of the other classes. But then I see fireball, so now I'm thinking shooting plus fireball, they probably have a ranger and a mage. And then I'll hear like a cleric heal come from the other side because my teammate might have got a nice chip shot on somebody with a crossbow or something. I was just like, okay, ranger, mage, cleric, atypical, trios team. So I'll bust open a door on a flank, and I'll go to like hard press, and there's a barbarian just chilling, and I'm just like, oh, hello, and then I get murked. And I was just like, bro, I thought you were getting shot at. He's just like, yeah, he threw a fireball at me. And I was just like, hello? If you don't know who's on the enemy team, just just comment, be like team here, mage, and then in some way say like, I don't know what else is there. But like, if I'm going to play off the information I have and then I end up making a mistake and dying from that, yeah, I'll own up to it. But don't turn around and be like, I can't believe you just did that, when I was fed impartial, potential, and also potentially incorrect information pending your viewpoint on it. And I'm just like, man, please don't ride my dick about it. Jeez. Hit me with a, I can't believe you just died to the barbarian because you suck. Alright, because I suck. I can take that. That's somebody's, and that's mostly coming from a friend. If I'm in an LFG and I got some guy just harping on me like, oh, you suck, you suck, you suck. Nah. My friends can tell me I suck because I know where they live and I know where they sleep, and I will murder them. Yeah. Again, it's like, for me, depending on who I'm playing with and what kind of like mood I'm playing, as well. Because sometimes I do want to try a little harder, but other times that usually doesn't last too long with me. I just have a decent amount of experience with being so hyper competitive with things where it turns the game kind of stale pretty quick. So I'd rather just kind of play fuck around, like what I do half the time here. And then my favorite thing is, like, yeah, look at this shit. Man, why? Why are you in here with full legendaries and purples? This mage has 93% spellcasting speed. That's double default spellcasting speed. He's also got Mystic Vests, Mystic Gloves on a mage with Magic Heal. I'm so confused. Magic Heal gives him like 1 extra HP point on a potion, so there's like, it's nothing, it's not like it's new tech. It's just for the power bonus. For, his magical power bonus. That's all it's for. But again, 93% spellcasting speed. This guy can literally kill me with nothing but fireball. He just goes fireball. By the time I land again, he hits me with another fireball. This guy's just kitted in fucking boof. But he's a fucking Bach-lock, so like Bardiche or Halberd plus Bach one-shots every single class in the game to the head. Like, I think a Barbarian is the only class that survives it, and he survives it with like fucking 10 HP. And then a druid, nothing. So it's like this one guy is like in the group who's just kitted to the teeth. And this guy has absolutely nothing, and the other guy has just pretty mid shit. I'm just so confused. Yeah, I feel you there now. It's like, oh yeah, that mage is 2 hit by by virtually any class, but it's like what classes aside, like as you mentioned, Ranger, actually going to hit him. And that's the thing that sucks is like, so as Rogue, I'm essentially a Rogue main, but like I don't play Rogue in the current state of things because, I mean, casually playing my main Rogue is like level 200, and I was very casual in my play last wipe and the wipe previous. But this Rogue here, I only played up to like 25, and I mean, most of the games I have played on him, I'm just like W keying in and dying for shits and gigs. It's a very solid comp because I mean, a lot of people, the game is decided by range. It's usually finished in melee, but it's decided by range. Warlocks are a very oppressive class. They can also do a lot to buy time for a ranger class to do their job. And then outside of that, nobody really wants to just W key push into a ranger when there's a rogue on the team. Because like you can't turn your back to the rogue because he's going to delete you if you do that. You can just one tap the rogue, but you got to try and chase him down with a ranger shooting arrows up your rear end. So you really have no good option there. And that's not even putting Warlock into the equation where he can curse you, reduce your stats, throw down Hydras to block, doorways, etc. So it's very volatile comp. There are comps that do, decently well against it, but like if you play to your strengths and don't get like overly greedy, it's one of the few comp combinations where on paper there's basically nothing you lose to. Of course you fucking love this patch if you play Ranger. It's like, oh wow, everything except for a barbarian. It'd be a shame if I shot you twice in the foot and killed you. Shit's insane. Obviously, I'm being pretty, exaggerative there, but you catch my meaning. Yeah, well, that was the other thing is like, I've never know, I've I've never understood why Barb was ever scary to Rangers ever. So previous to the semi-wipe, you have double backstep, and even if you're not running it or you don't utilize it that much, outside of the bow being what it is, and most Barbs never even running a shield anyways, you have spear. Well, yeah, it's like a PDR and move speed gear, but you're still lacing them for so much freaking damage. And then, God forbid, they get on top of you and you hit them for a 500% buckshot, which 3 of your arrows are pretty much guaranteed to land. Getting all 5 is not that easy. You're better off turning and going for four shots. But Barbarians, the Barbarian Ranger matchup is more so like, yeah, it's like land your shots and Barbarians can do all the freaking zigzaggy nonsense dodges that everybody does anyways. But it's more so a patience game for the Ranger, because a lot of Rangers will try to get an extra arrow shot in, and then the Barbarian will have closed enough distance where now they're in range to proc Savage, which means following that is going to be Rage to close the gap because now they got the slow on you, and they can risk losing that 15% PDR because they have they hit you with Savage for minus 30% Fizz power, so you ain't one-shotting them at all. But there's a lot of Rangers who don't properly utilize backstep, or they just they're a little too reliant on backstep as an ability in general, that they let some classes get a little too close. Like if I'm within I can't really think, but some rangers will still be lacing up an arrow to shoot a class that's like a fighter or a cleric who's blocking with a shield. When that character is in effective range of a halberd swing, which means you will not put your weapon away in time for like that person's pretty much guaranteed like one hit on you. And if I mean it's a cleric with faithfulness and smite, God forbid, and like you're just dead. Even with double backstep, like you don't have the agency to prevent that much slow. I mean, with double backstep, maybe you could squeak away, but it's one of those things where kind of like druids are in a boat where druids basically cannot die unless they fuck up. And the majority of time that fuck up is they get a little too greedy or they accidentally shapeshift over into rat when they're taking dot damage, not paying attention to it. Or like they panic shapeshift into it. But the way the class plays out, there is essentially two classes at the end of the day that can technically deal with druid, and one of them's a caster, which the druid counters harder than any other class in the game, and the other one's ranger. Ranger is an insanely strong class. Saying another class is balanced because that also very strong class can counter it isn't really an argument to justify why the class is as strong or capable of doing what it's capable of doing. That said, I think it's less about nerfing, like some classes needing nerfs, and more about other classes needing some attention to some completely outdated perks or other ways to give them agency in a fighting scenario. Like with fighter, the most outdated perk in the world is defense mastery. The only reason to get this is to increase your cap. The 10% armor rating bonus does not matter at all. It's the biggest joke. It's part of the reason why, like in this kit, I run a heavy Gabe or Gambison instead of a plate chest piece, because it gives me the exact same stats, but I have 5 more move. Yes, I have 50 less armor, but in the current state of the game, 50 armor is garbage. Like, I'll take off these 2 pieces of gear, and I go from 24 PDR down to 17. With about 50, that's what 50 armor is getting me. Yeah, sure, 7% seems like a decent number, but not at this level. The difference between 17 and 24 is literally nothing. Anything that's going to 2-tap me is going to 2-tap me. Anything that's going to 3-tap me is going to 3-tap me. Well, even back in previous versions, raw armor that can't outside of like your base armor pieces was useless. So finding a piece of gear with like plus 15 armor on it or plus 10 armor, that's useless. Percent PDR mattered 100% more because it scaled better and it wouldn't get hit by the curve. So you got 9 pieces, like say every piece of your gear has a 2% roll on it for shits and giggles, just to make it easier. Like, so you have 18% PDR, where if you just went with the maximum armor rolls there, you'd be looking at like 14% in most cases. So it's just, what's the point? An extra 14% is a nice number, sure. But, again, you know, percent just scales so much better. Well, that's the thing. And like a one-on-one scenario, it's not that he has nothing. It's just a fight you got to play very careful against, because the fact, like a ranger in that scenario, especially with the way gear operated at that time, should always be like maximum move speed. So a barbarian getting in range to hit you with savage shouldn't really be happening. But I mean, some scenarios, like obviously you can't avoid. All because you're playing ranger against barb doesn't mean like you have a definitive win. You have a very definitive advantage, but can you utilize that? There's other elements in the game outside of just you guys just towing at each other. So, and that's usually what plays to the barb's advantage. But the what do you call it? Just the raw advantages that the ranger does have. The majority of barbs just essentially don't exist in that scenario. The reason why I say that is it's not just like a misplay from the ranger. The barbarian also generally has to capitalize on that misplay. It's not like a misplay just means death. If the barbarian doesn't properly capitalize, then nothing's going to happen. Yeah, that was a big problem with like the move speed meta being so juicy. Is as a range class, your window to be effective with range was just shortened that much further, which really did not feel good. What that came down to more so was either playing around teammates who could be, you know, deterrences to somebody pushing you so aggressively, or get in the way altogether. But in the solo aspect, it really came down to patience play. Like, you had to be that much more patient on when you shoot arrows, when you look to have to kind of push for a little bit more kill pressure, which it just turns into a drawn-out fight. Now, essentially, you're fighting like a mini boss of sorts. And like, how often would you just sit there and fire 5 arrows into a mini boss and kill it? You know what I mean? And that's one of the like the most disturbing things with it is, in some cases, range is just an epic feels bad. In other cases, it just feels so atrociously strong. And they're not really looking to find like a middle ground there. They're just always one or the other, which is kind of disappointing that we're still at that point so many years later. Yeah, I mean, they're talking about bringing solos back. I do have some fun running around in solos. And part of the reason why I do have fun playing like solos in the current state of the game is more so that there really isn't fuck all other content to do. It is a semi-wipe, so it's not like I'm looking to build like this nice gear set that I'll have for like arena grinding or some other kind of, you know, I'm looking to build some like unique sets to just run it down with just some uber bis gear, because there is no uber bis gear. There is none of those chase goals. So a lot of the content in the game that requires teams, or you know, becomes much more feasible with teams backing you up, what's the point in doing most of that? Anything that I get from it really isn't going to stick around for a decent period of time. So grinding tens of thousands of gold is kind of a moot point. And then just generic like bossing, just for like, sometimes you just want to do some bossing mechanics, right? You just want to kill some bosses. Yeah, again, there's nothing to chase for or get out of it. So all you get at the end of the day is just, hey, look, I killed this boss, and he dropped me a purple item. Smile. Yeah. I definitely like PvP a hell of a lot more. That's also why I have like so many just dumb deaths. Like I don't care about retreating or min-maxing my ability to survive in this situation. I want to push my current limits and whatever else is going on and see if I can, take a W out of this situation. And that's part of how I've learned like which comps you can fight against, which comps you absolutely cannot, along with how to, how to try and take advantage of different variables, whether it's AI or even just like two players that are like on the same team. Because sometimes like you'll have those fighters who are holding a bow and they will sit there and I will be in range where I can swing and hit them with a two-hand weapon and they're still trying to shoot me. Oh yeah, it's always nice to kill some people that are juiced up. I've killed a handful so far today. I actually had two really nice 1v3 fights. One of them was kind of like a meme. The other one was just a really nice, feels good. But part of it is, and the only reason why it was possible, yes, there was a couple spots that I played pretty well on, but mostly they were just inexperienced people. The second 1v3 that I had in the day was basically that. It was two rogues and a fighter. I'm standing up on top of one of those little the wooden roof things next to where the cockatrice spawns in Barbican, killing the cockatrice. It's still alive. When I turned to go look at the door that just broke, I got hit by the freeze, so that sucked. So then I have two rogues and a fighter. They all hit me with the two-hand crossbows, and the fighter's running a regular bow. But I get hit by that, like, right on the offset. That's like 60% of my health gone. And then one of the rogues double jumped up towards me after, I stood there. I drank a potion, dodging some of their shit. And now he's trying to get in melee. So now his range dealer, his guy's firing range, can't haphazardly just fire in case of maybe hitting him, because he's dancing back and forth so heavily. Now he's blocking his teammates' shots. Aside from the fact that all three of them could have just held me at range and just murdered me for free. Instead, I killed that rogue, which pressed the other two guys to kind of like make a decision. Oh shit, one of us is down. I killed the cock while they were trying to fight me because it was like 2 hits from dead, and then I instantly jumped the fighter because, again, like he's 15 feet away from me shooting me with a bow. I just hit sprint with my halberd and I just literally two-tapped him. And then the other rogue, instead of trying to kite me out with what he had to work with, he tried to melee engage me after I killed both of his buddies. But he also saw that neither one of them hit me, so I should have a decent health pool. And he just tries to melee fight me with a short sword. I was just like, okay. Yeah, that's one thing I really don't. I will use that particular comm every once in a while, but for the most part, it's just like, hey, like I put 2 crossbow rounds into the enemy barbarian, and I caught him with a headshot on the halberd, but he just murdered me. And what I'm hoping my teammates get from that is the 2 crossbow shots plus the a decent damage return before dying, because like that was your only option. There was no like runaway, retreat, stay alive. but I would hope my teammates also go, okay, so he probably did about half his health, but he morale boosted almost definitely, so he's probably closer to 70% HP. Rather than, oh, he got hit a handful of times, ignores other perks and heals and other things that exist in the game, and then just, W key charge and somebody hits him twice and goes, why didn't they die? There's despite the fact that I am disappointed that they are bringing the random modifiers back, I'm disappointed because they can't just stick with any type of change or any type of direction. They double back all the time. Those shenanigans aside, I think what disappoints me the most about it, like this time coming around, is they buffed the base attributes on gear. It's like, so I'm getting 8 stat points out of a legendary Fine Cuirass. I'm getting 8 stat points out of a legendary Crusader helm. Whereas uniques of a single attribute are giving 8 stat points. So split attribute gear is that much more effective. Now it also has the option. Not only is it giving you more attribute values, they're going to add random modifiers back, which that's even more stats. So not only are you saving on one random modifier you don't have to get, and also having a stronger stat pool because of it, you have another free random modifier to go towards something. Off of just like whatever rolls you get on gear. That very quickly gets out of hand and just scales. I mean, case in point, we saw it last wipe. There were tank rogues that were nearly as tanky as a fighter, but surprise, rogue. And then part of the reason why that was even effective was because you had so much true damage you could get on different pieces of gear. So it's like, oh yeah, this rogue stabbed me like 6 times and I died. It's just like, yeah, that rogue had plus 9 true damage. He stabbed you 6 times and did like 51 damage or whatever in fucking in true damage. He effectively did a third of your HP in true damage. Of course you died. But yeah, I'm feeling you now. I'm kind of like I'm yawning and kind of falling asleep at my computer myself. I've gotten up super early the past few days and I'm starting to feel it. Alright, peeps. I appreciate y'all sticking around. I am going to send you over to Ryan. He's playing Barony right now, but this is one of the Dark OGs. He's done so much for the community. It's absolutely insane. There's any kind of like bosses or any other content in the world that you want to learn on Dark and Darker, he has videos on it, along with videos on several other games as well. But show him some love. He's what you call a quality gamer.